Okay, day 14. Yesterday was pretty nice. I ended up having a long conversation with Nick and Michael about kind of catching up on the work that we've been doing with environments and discovering skills and capabilities for each of the environments, which can be applications, locations physically on Earth, websites. It can be potentially anything, events, people. Um, we talked about location a bit with just Michael. He's eat up with it, and that's good because I need a location expert. And we talked a little bit about security, which is going to be super important for Rook. Today, I am trying to write a talk for an O'Reilly event that's coming up. Look at that QR code and attend my talk. It's going to be about my seismic cognitive change as far as how AI products should be built. I think the AI models have gotten good enough at this point that instead of building very, very bespoke like workflows with like lane graph, that type thing, you can often encode the entire graph, the state machine, all those changes as basically a to-do list, a set of steps to be done with if statements and anything that you want in English, in a skill. And the amazing benefit, there are several. The amazing benefits of this is one, it's just super easy. Most applications become basically the agent, a while loop running around a LLM, and a while loop around that with a user message. So that's an agent, just the ability to call tools and stuff. And you program the real meat of it in a skill, an agent skill. So your programming is in English at this point. And then you have something that connects to that agent, which is actually traditional software. But that's just like thin Chrome. That's the UI, so that you allow the agent to interact with the UI and do stuff with the user. It's a really simple setup. It instantiates in any place you want it. It finds utility. The other really amazing benefit is now since programming is English, then you don't have the situation where the subject matter expert says, hey, this is not quite working. So they talk to the product manager and they say, okay, I've got your ideas. And they talk to the engineer, and the engineer does whatever they feel like it. That was my job throughout history. Instead, you've got the subject matter expert can directly look at the program, English, the skill, and they can say, oh, when it was going through this step in the process, it screwed up. And they can actually address bugs themselves by modifying that. Now, obviously, I'm discounting the idea of evaluations and stuff. That's all mixed in as well. But I think it's a really neat new paradigm for allowing the subject matter expert to be part of the software development staff effectively. So a lot less translation. All right, so got to write a talk. This concludes the normal part of our live stream. From here on out, I'm weird. Let's see. Boom, boom. I'm going to play just a little bit first. Oh, does anyone see a UI bug that I should fix? It's not the most visible text. I'm just kind of rummaging through my obsidian. This is rook over here. Gosh, that's also a bug. 20, 23. Getting rook to help me to clean out obsidian. Those are all garbage. Dang it. Wow, that's a really old one. The files in TiddlyJohn used to be part of a TiddlyWiki, which was a single file HTML page where you could keep track of Wikipedia like notes for yourself, and every time you saved it, you would use JavaScript to rewrite the page itself. Very sketchy, but that was the way things worked. Dang it. Clean up all of the completely empty notes and the things that look like TiddlyWiki leftovers. Yeah, I'll just let that be. Yeah. All right. Be smart to get started. Does Bear Notes have an API that runs locally or remote procedure call or anything like that? I would like to check on. I pulled my Obsidian notes from my Bear notes, and not all of the notes got pulled over. So I was wanting to find links to missing notes in Obsidian and see if I could find them in the original Bear notes. Ooh, that'd be nice. This is actually maybe worth it. I'm sure this is not a distraction. I ported everything from Bear to Obsidian, and let's see. All right, probably this belongs on a different screen. Get my API token. What if I just copy the directory into some place where you have access for the SQLite? You know what I mean. I'll do that. easier anyways. Yes, try to use the Obsidian CLI to find links that don't point at anything. I bet you can use that. Let's do a few samples first so I can understand what's happening. Let me dump the fullest. That'll work. Yes. Nice. Yep, that's pretty awesome. Language trainer, that's not in there. Man, freaking awesome. Okay, I tell you what, do random sampling of like 10 of these pages and look for things that we'll need to be wary of as we transfer it to Obsidian. I want Obsidian headers to work like they do in Obsidian. I want the markdown to be the same format. I want links for sure to work the same way that they do in Obsidian. So start sampling stuff and find gotchas. We're going to make a CLI tool to port the files over. Here's how bulleted and to-do list look in Obsidian. I seem to remember some of the notes I pulled over had really weird spacing. So check on that real quick and see if we can accommodate that as well. As for inability to use slashes or colons, etc. in the paths, since they have to be file system path naming consistent, let's figure out some good strategy for that. Maybe just turn them into dashes. But we'll have to also figure out how to modify the Obsidian notes that link to pages erroneously that have slashes or colons, etc. in them. Let's not worry about headings. Let's not worry about tildes for separators. Let's not worry about inline tags at top of notes. How does that work? And Obsidian handles. That's what I said. Just fine, so let's not worry about it. Okay, be thinking how to create an Obsidian, just a CLI tool. That will pull a post from Bear and save it as a note in the appropriate location in my Obsidian Vault directory. We'll also probably have to change some of the links to those new pages, those new notes, so that they are file system compliant. So no slashes and colons. But that aspect can probably just be done manually. AI is a trap. I've been meaning to do this for a while, but it did not have to be today or ever. But it's just so much fun. Boy, I gotta fix that. I think that sounds right. So the process is to find a link in Obsidian that has no note, look up that note in the Bear database, and run the CLI command to port it over. Oh, wrong one. Trainer. There we go. We won't use it again. Where do UI UX people meet in Nashville? What are the meetups? What are the Slack channels? Slack teams. Ah. Hmm. This is very ripe with AI. We should just do this. Yay, perfect. Mm-hmm. No. Okay, that works. Do you see any examples that have tables in them? What? Oh, that's funny. I'm gonna remove that. Hmm. I think you can go ahead and use your current tool to fix it, but just with some extra work on the side since there's not many of them. Go ahead and delete the files. All right, so here's what you do. Batch process the 157 ones that show up in Obsidian but don't have a link. For all the ones that have links that have slashes or colons in them, make sure to modify them so that they will match the new file that you pulled over in that process. Check for files for links that have in them, and individually check for each of them, check the content that's in the Bear database, and if they are the exact same content, down to like little nitpicky syntax issues that I don't care about. If it's the same content, then go ahead, delete the broken page and use your process to pull the page over from Bear and correct the link. Scrolling's so broken. Come on. Dear Agent, Rook scrolling is broken, but I haven't made any changes and I don't know why. So cool. Can you find me the remaining unresolved links and print them out to a file just like you did earlier? That'll work too. Can't type or speak. Have you looked in the database for variants of these? Have you looked in the database for variants of these? In particular, maybe you can normalize the quotations and the slashes and stuff and see if, try a SQLite query on a bunch of them and see if there's any others in there. Okay, final little bit for today. In my Obsidian notes for TiddlyWiki specifically, for TiddlyJohn specifically, can you find any files that have weird bullet spacing? I know there are several, some I have partially fixed, some I've completely fixed, some I haven't touched. Just find them for now. Can you make a CLI command to fix the weird spacing? Note that some of the files have normal bullet spacing at the top because I've fixed them, and then after some point they transition to weird bullet spacing. Once you have that command, I want you to save a copy of that appears to have worked. So let's apply that to all of the files that are weird. That appears to have worked. So let's apply that to all the files that have weird indents. You tried. Crap. No, that's right. Aha, that's wrong. Oh, close enough. Hmm. Hmm. Find the analogous text in the BAK file and figure out how to improve the algorithm. The offsets of the bullets are okay, but the offsets of the to-dos are weird. The second indented level still shows them without the markdown formatting when rendered. As unrendered markdown. Here, this is an example that renders well on my screen. Holy crap, that worked. Oh, maybe. All right, let's try to apply that to the Arcturus weekly planning. Bah. Good enough. Apply it to everything that has weird list bullets and to-do list bullets in it. Oh, you're still doing stuff. Oh, that just made it worse. Come on. Oh, hey, that's pretty good. Ooh. Sure, clean up the back files. Oh, goodbye forever. Good, done enough with that. All right, that was time wasted. Dear Internet, you're supposed to be keeping me straight here. This is body doubling. You're supposed to watch me judgingly if I'm doing busy work to avoid the important stuff I'm actually going to do, which for today is this. All right, I made an application that we're going to use for a demo. Let's get back, get our bearings again. this is manual. Restart the server. Reinitialize the database. Nope. Oh yeah. All right, let's review John Berryman for his application. There's his phone number, bio, there's his page. Yep. So presumably that still works. Let's screen him. So we're submitting, which means, all right, there's the job posting. You can't find my LinkedIn page, which is expected. find all places that instantiate a skilled agent and outside of tests, and enumerate the arguments that are used. I don't think I'm using all of the arguments. I think I'll grab a lunch. We'll be right back. Okay, list the arguments that are available on skilled agent but are not used during our production instantiations. Okay, more specifically, okay. And Zed, where is the outline of the file that I'm in? On VS Code's in the bottom left corner under the directory structure. There it is. Nice. I think. Nope. There we go. There we go. What's going on with that work directory? I think I'm shoving a bunch of files in there and giving it to the Pydantic AI agent as like a sandbox folder. I guess that means that nothing outside of it is writable. And then I think I'm writing one file in there. Can you tersely verify what I'm seeing and explain it? I'm not sure I like the pattern I'm using with skills. Let's try something rather than copying the contents of all the skills into that directory. Let's just go ahead and pass the path of the skills where they currently are, which is use the relative path though. And then let's just instantiate this will allow us to simplify the skilled agent class substantially. Right?
Updating skilled agent.
Please do. Rewriting the test now. Fine. Oh.
Task complete. Please check terminal.
Oh, I forgot to mention, you can use a Pydantic AI skill that should be helpful here. Oopsie. But don't do it now. Alright, cool. That appeared to work. I'm not sure why that's doing. That works great. Let's go ahead and commit it. And then after that, I want you to look at our usage of the since the caller never passes this in, then let's just automatically create it and get rid of all the if statements and probably get rid of some tests as well. And fix doc strings. Actually, tell me what we're writing to that work directory based on the skill instructions. Git commit everything. Update the skill so it doesn't sound like it's encouraging the agent to write any temporary files. Maybe it's already not doing that. We don't really need to do that, do we? Let's figure out how to get rid of these tools. I forget where they're encoded. Ah, that's it. Oh, that's what we got going. Okay. Ah, cool. So we basically don't need the file system toolset or the sandbox toolset. So we don't need the file system toolset or the sandbox. That means we can simplify the code further. Make it so. Yep, man, that's getting really simple. Bit writing test, okay.
Removed sandbox. Tests updated.
Nope. Sure. crap is that? Okay, at this point, the skill agent has become so simple that we should factor it into there are a lot of John Berrymans. Why have I never done this before? Alright, so kill that file. This is now a little bit more complicated, but not much. All right, default instructions. What's the point of that? Inline these default instructions, get rid of the constant, and make them a little bit more specific to the task at hand based on the skills directory, but don't make it overly long. Just a sentence. So we're getting close. Mm-hmm. Mm.
For picking the rate of decagons traffic runs on our in-house models.
Give me markdown formatted links, that deep link to Z that show thank you. Does anything call this API endpoint in scripts or in the code base itself or in the UI? Git commit everything with a nice message, and then after you do that, let's get rid of that endpoint. And then after you do that, I want you to relist all the places where the review function is called, but give me a bulleted list back with a link to where it's called, and the link markdown should have some indication of the purpose of it rather than just be the exact file and line number. Mm-hmm. Mm. Actually, never mind. Let's not get rid of it. Let's keep the API endpoint. But I want you to give me a bulleted list of all places where review is called, just like I said, including this one. Be pretty terse. You're kind of chatty. There we go. Weird, they got the... look at your first two bullets. I think you got the links swapped or something. Also, coalesce the third bullet and the fourth bullet into just being one bullet to explain how those two things are related. And you don't have to make the entire line a link. Just have the link with appropriate text, but it can be inside of a very short sentence that describes it. Check out your first two bullets. I think you've got the links reversed. Also, for the second, third bullet, coalesce them into one line. Finally, I'm going to ask you to do several of these. I want you to make it so that the bullets look they don't have to be full sentences. Crap, what am I even saying? Make each bullet just explain a point as a short sentence, and then link, make some of the text into a link that points to the code that you're talking about. It's a weird little hallucination. We care more now than ever about hallucination. That did not jive with my expectation. Ooh, nice. I like the way that you're dealing with the links here. They perfectly work for linking into Z. So, okay, dear agent, watch this. I'm going to make a little snippet that might be useful for tomorrow. That's not the way to do it. Okay, I wanted to demonstrate something with all right, dear agent, I'm starting now, actually. All right, I wanted to demonstrate something cool that I just did with my Rook agent and its interactions with Z. Right now, I am in the Z environment. If you take a look at our environments, I'll clean up this interface. It's kind of gross, but it knows that it is in Z, which means I can do interesting things with it, like teach it new tricks for Z. Like, check out this interaction here. I'm asking it to give me kind of a code walkthrough, a little miniature code walkthrough, and oh, crap. Never mind, agent, starting again. Okay, I wanted to show everyone something cool that I was doing with my Rook agent and with Z as I work through a project right now. All right, I wanted to show everyone something interesting that I just did with Rook and its interaction with Z as I'm working on a project. All right, dear agent, I'm trying again. I can't get started, and I kind of have to pee. All right, I wanted to demo something cool that I'm doing with Rook, my personal assistant that follows me everywhere. And right now I'm interacting with Z. Usually I'm trying to make Rook so that it's not just all about coding. It's about going to the store. It's about going to the movies. It's about having your assistant truly follow you anywhere. But part of Anywhere is the applications you use. And today, as a developer, I'm doing development. So I just had a cool interaction with Zed. Zed knows the applications that I'm in, and Zed can move around between the applications. In this case, it is looking. Oh, I did it again. Dang it. We'll be back. I'm going to try it again in a second. All right, agent, I'm not going to do that after all. I'm going to try something different. Normal. We'll wrap this up. You a developer, Martin? Are you into this AI madness? Let's write a really stupid function here. Something that is basically a placeholder. Don't write it in the file, just show it to me here. But I want something that sleeps for 60 seconds and then returns a canned static version of the output that's like halfway reasonable. Man, son of a... Ah, so now you make the thing that was costing your company so much. Hopefully you're making a lot of money doing that. Feel free to advertise it to the one person watching it, you. My live stream's not terribly popular at this point. See, that's the cool thing about this though. Like, I want to live stream and show people what I do, but I also want to pull in other people to work with me, and I want to show what they do. Like every time I pair with someone, I get work done on the thing, but it's like in all the small habits and rituals that you can't really define. That's where I gain the most from working with people. So I don't think that anyone really watches what I'm doing much. I'm surprised you are. Thank you. But I'm going to take little snippets, little clips out of this and start making shorts and making little miniature podcast. And I'm going to try to do it all agentically. So you'll see me soon teaching my agent how to pull video and transcripts from previous days and automatically like edit them down and automatically post them. So I want to show people how I do it, and I want people to become interested enough that they join me sometimes. They show me how they do it. And yeah, that should be fun. By the way, this type of interaction where I'm talking to a text box, completely new and weird for me. Talking to an AI is comfortable on the other hand. All right. Let's link out to this line. I'm explaining to people how this would be a good preliminary implementation for review. So just give me a good bullet point for that with a link. To give you an idea what I'm doing, I'm filling out this outline so I can present this code to a class I'm teaching. By the way, that said class is up there on the QR code if you're interested. I think it's free. I can't remember if it's free. It's O'Reilly. Now give me a link to this that says this is a good initial implementation. All right, help me out with sub-bullets for that bullet you just made. I want to talk about how the agent is putting together its initial prompt, how it's running it and packaging up the results to update our service, and then I want to scroll up and show how the agent is actually implemented. In the init function, and I'll draw attention to the capabilities that we plug in here. And isn't it cool that everything's just Lego blocks? You can plug in skills, capability, and thinking in web search. I also talk about the Get LinkedIn Profile tool and how that works. It's also cool that you can have modular tools that you just plop into the agents these days. All right, so make some terse bullets that basically serve as sub-bullets to the one you just made with links to the top of every piece of code I'm talking about. Sounds like a really cool idea, Martin. You organize the bullets different from what I said. Organize them as I said. Good enough. Oh no. It's not good. But I need those links. That's annoying. Be right with you. Well, Martin, I have 15 minutes. I don't know if you're so daring as to do this, but this is kind of what the show's about. You gonna join a meeting, and I'll just
Recording in progress.
give you a tour if you are so interested. Oops, gosh, I can't freaking paste anything in this box. What do I do? I can't paste in this stupid box I have. Oh, wait, I know how to do it. No, that's the absolutely wrong thing to do. Your screen will appear here as soon as you pop in, so just FYI. But if you're interested, let's hang out. Awesome. By the way, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick, but I'm still in earshot. Feel free to pop in. Please be wearing clothes.
See if it works.
How's it going? Nice to meet you, Martin.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. I just have to mute the YouTube video in the background here.
Yeah, that'll be disorienting. I've made that mistake before.
Definitely.
Well, I've never had a mystery guest, but I've only been doing this for 14 days. Tell me about yourself.
Okay. I mean, I have a background in well, the development and import and distribution of safety equipment in the Schengen area, mostly in Denmark, but also Germany, Sweden, and so on. And we were having an outbound call center in Spain. I live in Spain, and so naturally you use a lot of software for managing that sort of sales operation. And I just found that none of it really worked. So back in 2000 and I think 20, just after COVID, everyone was just sort of calling from home, and I decided to embark on a journey I wish I never did. Fuck, I've spent a long time on just getting into programming and things like that.
That's an interesting.
I'm sitting with some kind of exotic technologies like Erlang and things like that, hitting the phone switches and things like that. So it's there's not the same amount of documentation for these sort of things, unfortunately.
Getting started in Erlang is absolutely jumping in the deep end first. That's awesome. It's a really cool time to get started too. Like 2020 means you got like a good 2.5, well, you got a good 3 years to actually learn real programming before like this weird AI thing has happened to us, and now you're probably a mutant.
Didn't start with very, very much mutant. Yeah, I have a lot of, there's so many things I haven't learned. I understand basic what's it called, like all the lingo. But if you tell me to go and write something in HTML, I'm fucked. I have no idea what to do. So it's some things that that are quite difficult. That'll just that'll sit right with me. But a lot of basic stuff is not going to make sense to me at all.
Yeah.
So
that's cool though.
Really, really, really weird place to be in many ways. Get a lot of looks. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you're doing the right thing. I've done several podcasts, so I'm a consultant. You probably don't know anything about me. I wrote a couple books, and I'm trying to just kind of figure out how I'm doing my thing too. So startups or consulting or stuff like that. And so I've done podcasts, and one of the things I kept hearing from my podcast interviews was the people who switched careers are really like evolving well. They're rolling well with the AI revolution. But the people that are like long-term software developers in the middle of their career, and that's like their identity, it's becoming really challenging because it's like, but I want to still write the code and stuff, and it's a mix right now. It's good to know how to do it, but it's also good to let go and let the AI do a lot of it too.
I think so. I have a lot of friends who are developers from back when I was, when I was younger, maybe like, I don't know, 14 years ago. We were playing a lot of Minecraft and we were cheating. So I had a friend who was quite famous for his Java exploit hacking skills and things like that. And a lot of these friendships has, stayed, and many of these people have grown up and they have careers in cybersecurity and things like that. And work for different, large American companies as software engineers, one way or another. And the people that are juniors, they are having it's really tough for them. The seniors don't have any issues yet. Sure, it's going to come at some point, but at the end, there's always going to have to be someone who's gonna have to have a vision, because that's the thing I think that the computers are not gonna have.
Yeah.
That ultimately never gonna have. And you see this in music as well. If you look at how good AI has, become at creating music, like no matter how good it gets, like it can never truly like have a very distinct musical personality, if that makes sense. And I think that's the thing that is, that's where you're safe. That's the safe human area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can't they can't do that, and I don't think they will.
Yeah, I've heard it said that AI is good at solving problems, but it's not good at finding the problems that are important to solve. So it's like it's the whole orchestrating and prioritizing and knowing where to aim this weird tool
Yeah.
we have.
Yeah. Yeah, totally agree, totally agree. But again, it's just because we've taught it on our own collective opinion. So if an opinion is collectively very present, then that is how the AI is going to think. And sometimes there are a lot of areas where you know where the majority are stupid. When it comes to so you mentioned this thing with identifying a problem, you don't have to solve any problem for people. Sometimes you just like for example, take telemarketing as an example. A lot of people buy just because they don't want to listen to you anymore because they know you're not going to stop calling them before they buy. That happens.
Yeah.
Not kidding. And AI would never. It's not going to say that. It's gonna tell you how to do like basic pitching, and because it has all these LinkedIn posts and probably some training data from some events that has been recorded, transcribed to to text. But ultimately, it never has this human intuition. It just doesn't. So yeah, I don't think it's that there are limits, and I agree with you totally. It's not going to find the problems, and in the end, also there will also always be a better way to solve something than what AI is going to be able to suggest, depending on what it is, obviously. So I agree completely.
So Martin, I've got until 3:45. I'm still going to be streaming after that, but that's just kind of like the time box I'm giving it. You were asking some questions.
Yeah.
What? What's of interest?
It was just your whole workflow that was super interesting to see because, when I have been using AI, I'm just sitting and I'm doing, I tend to plan a lot also, so I do, write down things, and I'm thinking about things when I'm walking my dog and things, but I'm not organized in any way or capacity the same way that I see that you are here, So can you tell me a little bit about why are you so like you write this is the date time and we're doing this meeting with Martin. What is the reason for this, and what's the purple tool on the right side of your screen? What is Rook about, and what the hell are you doing?
Okay, so you're watching me ideally build my startup. I am a consultant contractor for AI stuff. I worked at GitHub when Copilot came out, so I was an early production engineer for that team, and got to write a book with one of the real deal OGs from that team.
Okay.
Which was cool.
Okay.
And basically, Rook is the purple thing on the side, and I created it as kind of just a platform to record interesting things that I thought would help people navigate AI. Like one of the things I'm seeing right now is how the idea of an AI agent, I believe, is going to be the inside of every product going forward. And even more than that, the AI agent is going to be outside of every product and able to interact with it. So
okay.
I've kind of fell in love with an aspect of that so much so that I'm building the thing I really want to exist in the world, and I'm trying to use it every day to just poke holes in it, see if it'll stand up. Rook is an AI agent that is your personal assistant. It knows everything about you. I guess I need to I'll share screen because that's very confusing. Nice. You're looking at me like 5 seconds back.
No, but I've been watching it for a while. I've been following you for some. I think I saw you stream last week. I was following
really?
for. Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
if you weren't streaming, then tell me. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I was watching for a good half hour, and just following along. And it's just I don't know. There's just something about the way you were doing it that I found really interesting. I don't think this is how people who are coming into this. I think they're skipping a lot of essential steps when you're just throwing yourself out in it. And I think this is this could possibly be something that I have also overlooked. So this is just my personal curiosity. Could I improve my workflow by,
Cool.
should I also write things down? What would how would that benefit my development of my software solutions? Could it stress me less? Could it give me more overview? Could it how would this aid me?
Very
And
well. Okay, it makes me super happy to hear that because, like, at least in you, I'm reaching someone with the right things. Let me
okay,
clean up stuff, and I'll
that's
give
good.
you kind of a little idea. All right, so here's a quick tour of Rook, and then maybe we'll try to do something with it. But fair warning, it's very immature. I'll break something, I'm sure. Rook is your personal assistant that follows you anywhere into the world. I'm sure you've probably heard of Claude Code, but there's Cursor. Pi is another agent. Open Code is an agent codex. They can all be made to speak agent client protocol, which is just kind of a unifying protocol that's emerging right now that I hope wins out because I've kind of banked myself on it. And so I can connect any of these guys to Rook, and they are my this is a vanilla Pi agent, but I've added in all my skills, and so if I create a new let's see, let's call it Martin in honor of you. If I create a new conversation with it, it's what I expect Pi to be. It's all my skills. But the other cool thing about it is it's aware of the environments around it. And this is something that I'm not really seeing happen in AI yet. It's the thing I'm really exploring. An environment is the applications that I'm using. It's the websites that I visit. And the really cool thing, I've got it on my phone, it's also the buildings that I enter. It's everything like that. And when you go to any of these environments, there's things that you can learn. There's things that the AI can be taught, like how to interact with Obsidian. That's where I keep my notes. Or Zed. That's
how do you define an environment in Rook?
Well, let's show you some of the environments that currently exist. The environment screen sucks, but any application that I click on is going to pop up here towards the top, and they're even nested. So like it understands the idea of Obsidian. Sorry for the small text, I can't change it, but
it's fine. I say just for
cool. It understands the idea of Obsidian, but it also understands that I've got a vault called Rook Nanigans. Rook, I need a better name, but it's a kind of a sub environment, and so if I was to join an environment, then it gets extra skills that are just piped into the agent. So agent skills. You can review the skills. I'll make a UI for that later, but you can actually look and make sure they're safe. I'll make an agent later that's like a police officer that runs those through and make sure it thinks they're safe. But once I accept the skills, now it has context into where it's interacting and what it's doing. So I just joined.
How is it fetching these skills? So you have the app open, and then you can click another app on your computer or visit a website or whatever it is, and then it fetches skills for it, or creates them, or a mixture of those
kind
two?
of a mix.
Okay.
At steady state,
Right.
whenever this thing is wildly popular, if that happens, then there'll be a community of people that are like, "Ooh, this is useful in this environment." Hopefully, there'll also be a community of like real providers like Kroger's. Well, okay, I don't know what you have in Spain, but your grocery store or the hardware store or the park. Hopefully, like they actually provide skills for interacting with things. Like here's the inventory and stuff like that. So if I pop
Right.
into a new environment, like I need a better example, but this is a pretty good one. If I take my phone and I go to Kroger's, which is my grocery store, it is my agent, so it knows my shopping list because I keep it in Obsidian. But it also, if Kroger's helps me a little bit, has gained the skills associated with Kroger's. It knows the inventory, it knows substitutions, it knows how to get discounts, and it knows how to navigate me through the aisles and get me out of there as fast as I can. I can just have the agent and Kroger's kind of negotiate for me and tell me, oh, go here next, and we're done. And then I come home, and it knows that I'm home. And in the home environment, I can control my thermostat, my garage door, my camera for my doorbell, etc.
Yeah, that is a big undertaking. But I guess once you have the primitives created properly, I mean, you just have to make it understand everything once.
And
If you can boil it down to that.
but the concern that I hear in your voice is that, well, okay, but day zero you don't have all these skills and stuff. That's true. So the cool thing that I might try here in a second, I was planning to do this, and if you wanted to hang around, I could try to do it. I don't know if it'll work. But since this thing is in a particular environment, in this case Obsidian, in this case Rook Nanigans, where I'm just doing all of my Rook development notes and stuff, I can attach new skills to that thing. So it's not just that the community creates skills, but I can put reminders in here. I can put new skills. And what I was thinking about doing with it today is creating a skill to pull yesterday's YouTube stream video, pull the transcript from it, identify key spots in the video that are useful for like shorts, and pull those down and automatically post them to Twitter. Now, I'm not going to do all of that today by any means, but that's like this is like my brain that lives beside me. In a month, ideally, I'll pop in here and I'll be doing my work, but I'll think of something interesting and I'll just like say it like we're doing right now, and then the next day I'll come back and do it, or I'll like maybe I don't even, maybe it's automatic. I
mean, I work a lot with like a conversational analysis, and what I have is that our sales conversations are recorded, so I can set up trackers where you have, if this sentence gets said, then that can be like a trigger that can do something in our app, and you could essentially do this with Rook, that you have like these little secret keywords, or you can also use I think something like I don't remember. I think it's not regex. What is it?
regex, grep, regex, RG.
Where you are looking for words that are like, you have a sentence, but it doesn't have to be the exact sentence. You might like, dad brings milk to mom, or mom brings milk to dad, and it's gonna see it as the same because it's very similar. I don't remember how it is, but I don't remember the word for it. But I do that basically, but that's because I want to track if the customer says that's too expensive, or but that can come out in a million ways. But you need to still be able to understand I guess the idea about what's being said. And so the way that I do it is with trackers, where so some words come up very close to each other in a transcript, so that you can, and then you have weights to decide how likely is it that this was what he meant, or this was what he meant, if that makes sense.
One
That's how I
thing
do it.
you said in there was also just being able to push information to the agent and just have it like triggered to do something. That's something I haven't done yet, but I really want to. Like right now, in a second, I'm going to try to teach this how to pull transcripts from YouTube and have that attached to my agent. And I think that'll take about 5 minutes to do it right. But what I want to do is, once I build up several of these little bitty pieces, I want to say, every day in the background, do a quick request to see if the transcript is done. And if it is, then, I've manually gone through this cycle with you enough. I trust you. Just go and start pulling out video stuff and posting it on YouTube. And then my life is slowly going to automate itself. So.
Okay. I think it's super awesome, because you can. I don't think everyone is going to take it to the grocery store necessarily. I understand it's also just an idea, but I think it's like, you don't. It's interesting that you don't have to connect a database; that the connection is seamless. I think that's what it's. I think that would be the most interesting thing. you know, the thing that happens on your computer that is monitoring. I think.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I think that is a good idea. That is a good idea because the thing is it's you know, I think a lot of the usefulness of assistants, AI assistants, are being not used because there's friction with setting it up. So if you can remove that friction, so just like you just install it and then Bob Jungle, then easy. Then yeah, that's that'd be fantastic in many ways.
That's the hope. I hope it gets
Oh,
adopted
but I think so.
in kind of the same way that like OpenClaw gets adopted by the nerds like us, but then there will be a group of people that don't want to, have even that trouble with setting up the software, and I would like to sell to those people. So make it free to anyone that is willing to just set it up themselves, but convenience cost whatever per month.
Yeah. That's also what I'm doing with the things I'm building. I don't believe in this. The reason it's stupid to go out and say, hey, I'm paying $400 or $450, whatever it was per seat for this and this and this and this, and these are all the things I need to run my business. And I go off, make the solution, and then say, hey, I want $400 for every seat. You don't do that. It's I think it's great to just give back. And right now, where code can ship so easily, it's just the only way forward, I think.
Yeah.
Definitely. We just need to share, and get a lot of good stuff out there. Make it easy for everybody.
Well, sir, we are at my unofficial time box. I'm going to go ahead and try to teach my agent that. So if you'd like to, you can hang out for another 5 minutes, and you can provide.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just gonna watch your stream to the end, and then I really appreciate you having me on. I never, I know it's not a big thing, but I just never got invited to a what's it called, like to a live stream before. So that's my first. But actually, if you listen, if you can somehow, if you have a mail or anywhere where I can contact you, I actually have an idea for something, because I don't want to say too much on stream necessarily, but I actually have solved a thing that I think you're going to run into at some point with Rook. So I can share that with you if I have a mail.
The easiest way to find me is arcturuslabs.com, and there's a form at the bottom that I monitor.
Okay, right. I'll give you a right. Yeah. But appreciate talking. It was super nice to meet you.
Yeah, you as well.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get back to it.
Okay. Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So I'm going to just start talking to it. Feel free to just hang out there. I'm going to keep you muted for a second. Oh. Apparently your image froze. I don't think you're just hanging out there like that. You have a staring competition? Okay, never mind. All right, let's try it. I don't know if it'll work. This will be a fun thing. I'm streaming videos every day to this endpoint. Can you use the YTDPL or whatever the command line tool that's so popular now to pull the transcript of the most recent completed streaming session? All right, so what I'm doing right here is I'm going to work through this flow myself. One thing that people do, and I don't get it, is like they just download skills offline and hope they work, and sometimes they do. The thing that I always do to develop skills is to actually walk through the process, but just have my agent do it for me. So I just tell the agent what I want, and we bump into problems. We have issues, and we get through them. And then what you'll see in a little bit, if this all works, is at the end I'll say, all right, here's what we've done. You know, what were the problems that we overcame? How did we overcome them? And once we clear it up and clean up the idea, then we'll push a skill file. And because we're using Rook, we will push a skill file into this environment. It knows that I'm using Obsidian and that this vault is called Rooknanigans. Okay, so day 14, it's already sees what's going on. Yep, and there's the tool YTDLP. Is that what I called it? I was close. All right. Day 13. Okay, jumping right in. Today we're going to immediately be dumped into a meeting with Nick and Michael, and it's going to be a fun day. Heck yeah. All right, so it actually pulled the transcript. I want to stick the transcript right here. I've already done this once, I thought. Guess not. How about that? Delete it. Now, why do you want that? Okay, rather than dumping that in the temp directory, let's see if we can dump it into the transcripts directory in my Rooknanigans vault. So it's going to, since it's in the environment, it's going to know how to use Obsidian. It's going to see that it can look up vaults. It's going to know that it's in the Rooknanigans vault. And looky here, it dumped it in there. Oh, that's why I wanted. Look at this, it dumped it in and we can see it. How do I set up Obsidian so that it can view text files in any files, not just Markdown? Can you turn that on for me? When I try to open this in Obsidian, it pops open in TextEdit. All right, fine, it opens TextEdit. That's annoying. All right, tell me the instructions for pulling down the transcript of the last video. And in particular, tell me about these timestamps. They seem to be off for some reason. Like my... All right, so it gets the playlist. It grabs the transcript. Oh, interesting. I already got a skill somewhere for this. Save it to your vault. Oh, then that's the problem. I would rather just have the absolutely raw download from YouTube, not anything that's been processed by you. Try again. Okay, when I try to open this in Obsidian, it says that there's no application configured for JSON documents. How do we configure that to open up in Obsidian if I'm using a Mac? Or, if that's not easy, then how do I configure it to open up in TextEdit? Oh, this is insane. This has the time offsets of every freaking word. This is a really rich file structure. Can you use JQ to explore the keys and fields and stuff? It's very long, so don't read the whole file. I'm kind of excited about the rich file structure. If it has every single word, then I might be able to do a descript-like thing and edit based on the words. But most likely it cleans up the words and pulls out my ums and uhs for the transcript. So probably I'll need to retranscribe it if I want to do some video editing. But hey, not a big deal. Sure, create a small note in this vault to explain what's going on, but keep it pretty simple. I'm interested in where the words are and how the timing offsets are used. I'm interested in where the words are and how the timing offsets appear. Okay, associated with this environment, I want you to create a new skill for pulling transcripts from YouTube, and we'll augment it here in a second. Keep it generic. I'm interested in pulling any script from YouTube, not just things that I have personally streamed. You should attach it to the second environment. Okay, we can see here that it actually did create the skill inside of my .rook folder in my home directory. We've got environment repository, and the Rooknanigans environment has a bundle associated with YouTube transcripts. Now, this most people would not look up all this stuff, but it exists. Yay, that's a good thing. Here's the contents of YouTube transcripts. Oh, I see that you can download VTT format. Maybe we should try that instead. Go ahead, download it for the same video. VTT is a transcript format that I think is pretty standard. I've seen it before. Here's what the top of that file looks like. It's very long and verbose. It has a lot of tokens. Are you familiar with the Web VTT standard? If not, please look it up real quick and propose a way of simplifying this file down so it's more digestible to an agent. Ideally, I would like to match the standards, but not necessarily have all of the intermediate C tags. Like these. And do we need this since it's always identical? And can the milliseconds of the times be removed? So is that all still standard Web VTT? Is the compact transcript format downloadable from YouTube? Download all of those for this video in question so I can just take a look at them real quick. That's not bad. Grr. Woof. That one's a bad one. Too long. It's not bad. Let's use this one. Holy cow. This one's not bad. How did you pull this? Okay, I like that one because it's terse enough. And the other one I like was the WebVTT full format without the simplifications that we're about to do. So now we have a fully complex one with extra details, and we have something that's more amenable to an agent. Refine the skill that you're creating to highlight only these two, ignore the other ones. Okay, remove everything in the transcripts directory and pull only the two formats that I said that I liked. Okay, these two are the ones. Update the skills so that it doesn't talk about a default place to save the skills. I'll do that with something else. So that it doesn't talk about a default place to save the transcripts. I'll do that elsewhere. Also, let's just rewrite the skill to simplify it considerably. See what you can do with about half the number of characters in this file. Keep it as generic as possible. It should know about Rook. There, that looks better. Perfect. Okay, also for the Rooknanigans environment, let's add another skill for summarizing previous transcripts. This is where we're going to put the Rook specific stuff. You know where all of my streaming sessions are. Also, my YouTube channel has other videos that have transcripts attached to them. It's important to know that you can tell the Rook streaming sessions are Rook streaming sessions based on their naming convention, and if they're in a playlist, that might help too. And so we're going to set up several common behaviors for dealing with these transcripts. The main one is just summarizing a transcript. On top of that, a very common application of that is to summarize yesterday's transcript. And the summary is going to work like this. I want to have a very terse just outline of the topics that were covered in order. I'm thinking bullets with sub-bullets, but you know, there's probably no more than like 3, 4, maybe 5 topics, and each topic might have 3 or 4 sub-bullets at most. Each sub-bullet's going to be pretty terse. And then I want a specific call out, a specific section rather, if I have mentioned anything that would be a good clip for a video or a demo or something like that. Oftentimes I actually explicitly call out on the agent and give instructions because I know you will read this later. Also in a different section, outline discoveries that I've made about Rook and the product and things that should change. And also outline to-dos associated with that transcript. Something I've said, I need to do this. All right, let's do that experiment. Before creating the script, before creating the skill, let's summarize that last transcript and we'll get some of the wrinkles ironed out. One of the to-dos for today is I want to be able to see skills that I'm working on as I'm working on them. So maybe a little pull-out window. note for later, this is where we definitely want the more machine readable format that we described earlier. So make sure you remember which that was. Here's another to do. I want to make the send button like just automatic. Whenever I type a message and send it, it should immediately hit the agent as a steering message. Aha, here's a really useful thing. Whenever we create this document, the summary, it's going to be a markdown document that we stick in the Obsidian Rooknanigans vault. That means we can use markdown formatted links directly to YouTube at the timestamp where these things are relevant in the videos. So at this point, I want you to create a new skill in the Rooknanigans environment for summarizing transcripts and if I don't tell you which one to summarize, then, or sorry, if I don't tell you explicitly to summarize yesterday's transcript, then you'll need to ask me which video I want summarized. And also for the generic case where I'm not summarizing yesterday's transcript, it can be just use a normal summary, just do something smart. But if I explicitly call on yesterday's video to be transcribed, make sure you're getting yesterday's video or the last video that's complete. Make sure it's not already duplicated in the transcripts directory. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to create a new transcripts directory that has the same name as the title of the video. Inside that directory, I want you to use the other skill, point to that, and pull those two file types that I like, the simple one and the complex one. And then I want you to use the simple kind to manually look at it and create the summary with the structure I outlined above. Just include the linked timestamps back into the original YouTube video so I can click through and watch. So write that skill down. Remember to keep it pretty simple. Refer to the other skill we created rather than restating all that information about pulling transcripts. This is the place where you put some details about Rook. Boy, I said this was going to take 5 minutes. It sure did not. Oh, you're writing to me again. Martin, you could be an early adopter. I'm looking for people like you. All right, now I'm reading the skill and making sure it looks about right. So for the file format, at the top you don't have to put it, the video title is an H1 heading. Just name the file the same thing as the video title. Obsidian will present it correctly. If it includes weird characters, then just make it work with the file system. Also, make sure that when you're creating something in that transcript directory, you first check before downloading anything whether or not we already have that there. Cool. If it's not a summarization of like a previous day or something like that, I don't want to put that file inside Obsidian, but you can put it in the temp directory. add that content to the skill. All right, now the big test. I want to create a completely new session so that it doesn't have the context of creating it, and just see if it actually uses the skills appropriately. Joining Rooknanigans. Allowing it to learn all the things about Rooknanigans, and it includes those 2 skills we just created. That's a fantastic sign. I'm going to delete these transcripts. I want to say, can you please summarize what happened yesterday? Ooh, that's really sparse information. Will it understand how to do that? It's learning about Obsidian. It's learning about summarizing Rook transcripts. Heck yeah. It's learning about YouTube transcripts in particular. That's good. All right, day 12, quick hack. It's really close. That was 2 days ago. Eh. I noticed you had a couple of issues that I would like to talk about. One thing was that you were doing a Brave search in order to get my most recent video. One thing is that you were using Brave Search to get my most recent video, and the searches that you were using were kind of weird. I mean, you can just look up all of my videos here. Also, you can probably look on the date of the video to figure out when the last completed one was. The one you pulled down was actually 2 days ago. The last stream that has completed was day 13. You also had a lot of tool calls, which makes me think that maybe you're being inefficient. Did you learn anything? Can we shortcut that? But the most important thing is, does this look right? Ooh. Yeah, it's close. Another thing was that you did not indent the markdown very well for the bulleted statements. You should use something like this. Instead of what you wrote. All right, now we want to see topics covered. All right, I'll probably fix some of these, but let's see what they look like. Into that registration. What I would, right now, whenever we register an environment. All right, I'm definitely working on issue 75. All right, at this point, I have started my PyOpen AI agent. I've joined the TiddlyWiki Obsidian. That's definitely an environment demo. Helper type stuff. But now it's easy to tail a conversation and see everything that the LLM sees, including, really importantly, the system message. I'm monkeying around with the system message right now, and I don't want to trust anything that, you know, the Pi documentation tells me is inserted into the system message. I want to see the prompt itself. So that's okay. Prompt introspection matters. All right, looks like these are pretty accurate. To-dos: fix up the thought bubble. Thinking message is being cut in half by a tool message. Yep, there we go. Man, that's great. Okay, that already works spectacularly. It's not pretty. I noticed you're using some Python mechanism to get timestamps. Were you trying to get more accurate timestamps, or what was that about? All right, we're trying to make it just a little bit more efficient and correct some cosmetic issues. Yep, you don't need to use Brave Search to find the video. For finding the most recent video, does the API or whatever you're doing allow you to sort by time? Did you really need the Python scripts to do the rough keyword scanning? I think it might be easier for you to pull the entire transcript, just to read the entire transcript and not worry about the Python scripting. We're going to try that. And we should insist that you don't read it in chunks. They are long files, but they need to be completely in memory contiguously, and they're not that long. So insist that you page through the reading until you get to the very end of the transcript. Don't try any scripting tricks to summarize it. You might need Brave Search if you not. Let's not call it Brave Search. Let's just call it Search in the skill. You might need Search and Fetch if I'm asking about some video that's not on my YouTube channel or in my streaming videos. Okay, so update the script per our conversation. Remember to keep it simple and pretty generalizable. Obviously, we are dealing with the Rook project here specifically. So within that, you don't have to be over verbose. And once you're finished with that, delete the contents of the transcripts directory so that we can try again. Uh-oh, you are not ready. We are writing this to the Rook Nanigans personal bundle, yes. All right, trying again with a different model. Go into the Rignanigans environment, accept the skills, I just created them. Can you summarize yesterday's work? And being intentionally vague to see if it can pick up on it. Yep, it's already figuring it out. Good. It immediately got the correct video. Oh, oops. It tried today's video. That's still streaming. What on earth is that video? Woof. It's day 12 again. Dang it. I mean, it's close, but it's not quite right. Does day 13 not have a transcript? Day 13 does have a transcript. Day 12 was 2 days ago. Why did you choose it instead of day 13? Day 13 is complete and has a transcript. No, don't summarize it yet. I want you to tell me how we can make sure you always grab the right day. What was the confusing part? I don't understand. Wow. No, that's right. Well, duh. Oh, okay. So it's looking. Okay. So in that case, rather than saying yesterday's, I should have said the most recent completed show. I think there's also an API or something that you can check to see if a show is currently being streamed. If it's being streamed, it's not going to have a transcript. So check on that. Can you see which of those streams are live? Tell me if you need any help. All right, Martin? I'm looking for people to try it out so we could connect on that later if you want to. Sure, we can do that. Also, I noticed that you downloaded 3 different files. The only ones that I'm interested in are the SRT and the VTT. But let's make it even simpler than that. Only download the SRT from now on. So update the skill for that. And insist that you look at the YouTube transcript skill. You noticed it after a while and it would have been helpful earlier on. What else was there? Go ahead and make these changes. Well, did you have any troubles besides what I've already mentioned here? What inefficiencies did you figure out after the fact? Okay, that looks good. We're gonna try again. Delete everything in the transcripts directory. All right, this probably needs to be the last time because I need to get back to my talk. Make a summary of yesterday's progress. Come on. Oops. Crap. All right. Right. Summarize Rook transcripts. I wonder why I tried that. All right, got the file. It's struggling with the reads. The trooper got all of them. That's very cool. Man, as long as it doesn't do something stupid here, I think it nailed it.
Day 13 summary is ready in Obsidian.
That is awesome. All right, cool. So in summary, we were successful. I said it'd take 5 minutes. It took an hour and 30 minutes, but we made it. I opened up my PyAgent to inside Rook. I opened up my Rook into the environment corresponding to my Obsidian Vault where I'm talking about building all this stuff. And one of the things I want to do is every day I want to summarize what happened yesterday and pull out like to-dos, pull out like interesting clips potentially. And I worked with my agent to pull down all of the transcripts for yesterday's video, and I taught it how to create a summary. We created a skill associated with that, and we saved it attached to this environment that I'm working in right now, Obsidian, using talking about Rook. And so now every day I can come back and say, hey, give me the last transcript, and I've got my morning report. Once I trust it to be good enough, then I'll automatically schedule it so that every morning it will pull down this information and just stick it where it needs to be. So that's pretty exciting. I'm going to end the demo now. Thank you, Martin. I wasn't going to do that today necessarily, but I'm still going to keep playing around with it. All right, so agent, for tomorrow, this is the conclusion of the demonstration. We're going to need to email my wife and tell her what the timestamps are, and see if she can make anything salvageable video editing wise out of that. We'll also need to work on agentic video editing to make her life easier. That's the to-dos. All right. Can you summarize all the days so far? There haven't been that many. Just do them one at a time. Yep. It's the demo guides every day for me. It's getting faster though. Take care. I'll still be around, but I'm definitely gonna go use the bathroom. See you in a bit.
total functionality. And obviously, as you can see here, there are some rough edges, but again, I stopped it after 5 days and it was not anywhere close to being done. And here's the interesting bit. It used computer use. It opened up Excel on my desktop and would just go back and forth between doing something in Excel, the actual Excel, and then recreating it in this new cloned version. And that is one of the things that GPT 5.6 is so incredible at: browser use and computer use. It is phenomenal at browser use. I really cannot overstate that. Codex's browser has increasingly become my default, my main driver browser, because I can just get stuff done with it. I can open up Gmail and have it sort through my emails. I've done complex DNS record changes easily with just one prompt with Codex browser use. And of course I had it clone Minecraft. I did /goal once again, and I just said, create a clone of Minecraft, feature parity. And it went for something like 7 days before I finally stopped it. And it took only about 1 day to get what looked like actual Minecraft. But what it kept doing was going deep and would build out parts of the world that didn't exist before, would build out mobs that came straight from the actual game of Minecraft, different biomes, and it would just continue churning and just trying to get to feature parity. And it was just so impressive. And watch this. This is definitely the best version of Minecraft that I've ever created using AI. All right, so here we go. You can see the shadowing is really nice. Here I can mine the grass blocks pretty easily. Really cool 3D animation when you do that. You can pick up all the blocks that you just mined. Here we have miniature carrots. There's some carrots. We have farmland. And yeah, and it just works really, really well. Here's a tabby cat. Here I broke the glass. And so it is just incredibly impressive. It is a very full world, more full, more realistic than any other Minecraft that I've ever created. You can generate different seeds. Here it is. Here's that new world I just created. Here is my full inventory. Very easy to use. Very, very cool. And of course, our friends and partner on this video, Box, has put together their own benchmarks on enterprise grade work. Let's take a look. Like that's what our partners at Box did on it. All 3 of these models are coming soon to Box, but it uses less tokens to get to the same results. So $5 per million input tokens versus $10 for Fable, much cheaper on cache hits, and $30 versus $50 per million output tokens. So again, you're just paying less, and it just feels like 5.6 has a more direct line of sight to accomplishing the task versus Fable. Now, with all of that said, Fable is something else. It feels much more like a brand new model, something that I hadn't used ever before. And it is very impressive. It sees around corners better than GPT 5.6. Here's the best way to explain it. 5.6 feels like the absolute pinnacle of an existing model, where Fable feels like we're just scratching the surface on what's possible on a brand new training run. That's the difference. Here's an analogy for you. It's kind of like GPT 5.6 is the most souped up Honda Civic you've ever seen. Every single horsepower has been squeezed out of it. The tires are optimized for speed. There's a spoiler, everything. And Fable is like a Ferrari that hasn't been touched yet. Fresh off the manufacturing line, unoptimized, and the potential is just so much higher there. So I put together a full review. I have a bunch of demos of things that I've built, including an actual operating system. We have
Very cool. But you know what's cooler?
Think of AI as not just an individual efficiency amplifier, but as an augmenter of your organization's intelligence.
That's my new podcast. I've got to make sure that he knows it's out. All right, I just had summarize all 14 days so far, and not bad. One thing I was really curious about, partial miss, but I remember on day 8 I had 2 demos that I attempted to do, but they were one right after the other, and they were similar, and it grabbed the first one, and then it fixated on something else that was not actually a demo, but not bad. Not bad at all.
Specifically is a team sport, because in one person's head, it's easy to maintain context. When you take it beyond one person, now the organization becomes beholden to individuals, and every single person becomes a this probably is the
One unfortunate thing is I'm getting tired. All right, what do we do? Really, I am writing a talk. Where's my talk? I'm just going to start up a new thing here. List your skills that you have available for the environments. I want you to get rid of the Welcome to Obsidian skill. Just go ahead and delete that folder. Yep, that's the one. Please read this note. Another to-do for today, I want to make sure that whenever we enter into an environment that is associated with a directory or a path, that gets injected into the system message. Yep. Okay, inside of do that, I'm slowly working through I just noticed a problem. It's the bullets are all spaced funky for the markdown of Obsidian. Respace the bullets so that I can read it. I'm ready to cut stream for today. It's been 6 hours, but I'm getting ready to do something that might be interesting. Well, the hell you did. You did not fix the bullet spacing. Nah, you really didn't do it. Let me show you what I want instead. Instead of this, I want this. Oops. I want this. Do that for the rest of the file. Good. It's not quite the right link though. Read all of the outline and compare it to the code base. Read all the outline and compare it to the code base in Z in At this point, I don't want to change the code anymore, so don't, unless it's an emergency. But I do want your help fleshing out this outline in my Rook Nanigans vault. In particular, I want to delete section, and I want to just redictate how to go through that. The new bullet points are going to be start with a dumb review function linked to that same thing that's currently linked to. That's fine. And then add an agent with dumb skills. And the idea of this section is just to show how a Pydantic agent is put together. Make note at the top there that we did use the Pydantic AI skill, which just made it easier to work with the agent. It would just do the right thing immediately. But let's look at the code there. The main thing is starting with whenever the request to review an application comes through, we create a prompt and hand it off to our agent. So it's already a little bit smarter. And then once the agent responds, it's going to return data that we use to update what I call the stupid thing. Next bullet. Link to the init function and explain that this is where the agent is created. All we do is specify the model, the output type, the capabilities, and a basic instruction. One thing that's really interesting to see is how modular everything is, like Lego blocks. As sub-bullets, include what I just said as a sub-bullet actually, but as the other sub-bullets, make note of the actual capabilities we have that are necessary to do the job, which is we're going to point it at a bunch of skills, we're going to give it the ability to think, and we're going to give it web search. Next major bullet, or I guess intermediate bullet, you know what I mean, is I want you to link to the get linked in profile function. explain that you can also easily add tools to any of these models now. We add this one because you can't use web search and web fetch to directly get at LinkedIn, so we had to trick it out. Bug. You done it? All right. This should link to the actual review function, not line 136. One line off too. The subsequent two links are also just like a line or two off. What's going on? we're going to link to this. We're going to link to this file for the bullet, and let's create some sub-bullets there. The first bullet is something like the skill file is where you actually make the agent smart. And these days it's basically sufficient to implementing the work stream as English. Next sub-bullet is pointing out the decision model section. It gives us a numbered list of things to check. Having very fixed steps is an important thing rather than just having general guidelines. That can be useful too, but if you want it to make it a workflow, it needs very specific steps and clauses about like what to do in each circumstance. Outlining very strong data models is going to be useful for the agents. And these pair well with output structures that you can actually see back in the AI reviewer code. At this point, you should make a link there to the output structure that we're adhering to. It's not quite right though. Yeah, it's not quite right though. Screening flow outlines an ordered set of things that the agent is to do. If you're implementing a workflow, it's actually very important to have defined steps. That way the agent is able to follow them more easily, and when it comes time to debug and figure out why something went off course, it's great to narrow down the decision space to, okay, we're in step 4 and we messed up. It makes your skill debugging much easier. make a link for this bullet. Another useful thing is to make sure that you really crisply define the output, like we did in the Your Output section. Link to that section, but also link to the place in AI Reviewers where we define that exact model. Next bullet, show that on line 20 of the skill markdown, and link back there, I also subtly require that the internal notes to conform to its own structure, that of a to-do document. And so open up internal notes checklist to see what that looks like, and link out to that one as well. Oh, there's things here. These are all good things. These are all good things. All right, dear agent, another thing to remember for today. I need to chop up the content of these slides and present that all as little blog posts. In particular, walking through the skill file and explaining the importance of numbered steps and structured outputs and to-do lists for making workflows work. Add this to the bullets. Keep it fairly terse though, like the rest of the bullets. Keep them in the same order I present them. All right, next thing I want to do is figure out how to make slides. What is the absolute state of the art in agentic slide creation? Search online. Of the freely available skills out there, what's the best? Give me the highlights of Nexu. Okay. And then once it's pulled down, tell me where it's installed at. Prompt injection. That's what we do. start logging my to-dos here. Check this GitHub repo and actually, what's your present working directory? Okay. Use GH to check the issues and see if there's an issue for moving the present working directory for the rook to a temp file so that it doesn't always automatically put stuff into the rook directory. If that issue doesn't exist, create it. Okay, I want you to move it from there into the Rooknanigans personal bundle. Yep. Make sure to remove it from the install place. I don't want it there. I want the final destination to be the personal bundle. All right, read it real quick, at least the salient parts of it, maybe just the top file. And then I want you to create, help me understand how you would create a slide set for my outline. Let's not create it yet, just help me understand the lay of the land. Oh guys, I'm so tired. Okay, this sounds great. I want you to take English is the programming language of AI workflows, O'Reilly, and move that into a file called outline that is inside a folder of this original name. Basically, just stick it inside the folder. Got it. Nice. As another file in that folder, create the workflow that you're talking about and walk through all the steps inside that new file and tell me when you're done. Call it V0. Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, I meant to call it slide workflow V0. Oh, I see what you did here. Yeah, just call it slide workflow because this is like the set of instructions. After that, go ahead and execute the workflow by writing a document into another file there. Don't actually create the slides, just let me see the workflow execution document, V0. This is the part where I'm actually praying that the slides just magically look okay, and where I'm going to waste another 2 hours when they don't. I'm calling it. That's what's going to happen. All right, now what are the next steps to actually create the slide show? All right, my folks are home. I'm going to call it for today. The screen shrunk again. Yay. Someday I'll figure that out. If anyone knows why my screen keeps shrinking, tell me. Was it a good day? Oh, hard to say. The beginning part, I spent like an hour organizing my Obsidian agentically. Useful. Absolutely shouldn't have done it today. That feels like an ADH thing. I did one of those things. And you guys should have been watching me. You should tell me not to do that. Hello, welcome home. The other thing, let's see. I got to meet my first surprise guest, Martin Jepson. Popped in and I gave him a tour of Rook and decided to create a skill in Rook attached to the Obsidian vault that I'm keeping all my notes in about pulling down transcripts from YouTube and using the text that I'm speaking right now to summarize yesterday's work, to pull out useful snippets of content that soon I will automatically create like shareable pieces of content with and share it. And that was really cool. That also took a while, but it was really cool, so it was worth it. So thank you, Martin. Also, I'm writing this blog post and subconsciously I'm writing this presentation, the one right there, and subconsciously trying to avoid it as hard as I can. All right, that's it. I gotta go. It's a lie. We won't be right back.